grade 11 and 12 boys will run the 110 meter hurdles at 11:10, and the hurdle action will wrap up at 11:20 with the final prelim. Those are the grade 12 boys also running over the 110. So as mentioned, about 5 minutes to go until we get started with the grade 9 girls running the 80 meter hurdle prelims. walking out to the start line now is going to be our first hurdle race of the day. Those are the 80-meter hurdle, grade 9 girls. I'll wait to introduce the athletes until they're done their warm-up, but again, as mentioned previously, this morning we have 80-meter hurdles, 100-meter hurdles, 110 hurdles, a morning full of sprint hurdle prelims, and we'll be seeing these athletes again after the 800 meters for their hurdle final. So a morning full of sprint hurdles, which we always look forward to here. Athletes this weekend, yesterday and today, are competing for their respective CTFL squads. We have the Spitfires, Arctics, Huskies, and Bears. We had a great display last night for the CTFL finals, and we continue that today with the CTFL trials. Liliana Claire Jagger will be in lane 1. Malia Sutton in lane 3, Azara Sandy in lane 2. Mia Bissett in lane 4. Eva Andrew in 5. Jaden Robinson 6. Sasha Stevenson in lane 7. And rounding out the field will be Neve Katoski. Athletes are taking a break from competing for their schools or their clubs. They'll be competing for one of the 4 CTFL teams this weekend. Points are awarded for a larger team score, so athletes for a win will score 5 points towards the team title, 3 points for second place, or 1 point if they're rounding out the podium. And those points will be tabulated at the end of the weekend to determine a winner, as previously stated: Spitfires, Arctics, Bears, and Huskies. So some great team camaraderie and opportunity for these athletes who are sometimes competing against one another at their school or club championships to compete on the same team. First race of the day off to a great start. We have speed down the middle of the track. Huskies and Spitfires duking it out, matching each other stride for stride here, and this looks like Huskies. It's going to take prelim 1 in an excellent time of 11:74. The legal win, 11:79 for second, and rounding out the top 3 is 12:39. We will see these girls again at 12:55, where they will all take a crack at lowering their time, but an excellent start across the board from 1 through 8. Some fast times. The hurdles will now be adjusted. The hurdles will now be adjusted to the 100-meter spacing. They'll be moved slightly further apart, and 2 more flights of hurdles will be added in. The hurdles will remain at this height, which is 30 inches. And we are very thankful to our hurdle crew. Very tedious process getting these hurdles set up, but it's done right every single time. Very specific work. We will have 2 sections of the grade 10 and 11 100-meter hurdles for girls. This category matches the U18 category that these ladies will be competing in for their provincial and national season, so we're very likely to see some rivalries both budding and hopefully coming to a T here. We'll have some great competition. In the first of 2 prelims, we'll have Frances Manning in lane 3, Isabella Mills in 4, Alexis Mark in 5, Alyssa Tanini in 6, and Madison Earthy rounding out the field in lane 7. In the second prelim, we'll have Dania Ayathdura in lane 3, Rihanna Cillian in 4, Alina Shpakovic in 5, and Mackenzie Heron in 6. Great start in lane 4 from our Huskies athlete, not to be outdone. Arctic's running with her. And that's going to be Arctic's taking the win in prelim 1. 14:53 for Tanini, 14:89 for Mills, 15:26 for Manning. Excellent time. Anytime we're dipping under 15 seconds in a prelim, usually a sign of great things to come when we get around to those finals. Next on the track, we have heat 2 of 2. Ayathduri in 3, Silly in 4, Shpakovic in 5, and Heron in 6. Great start on the inside of the track here, lanes 3 and 4 running away with this one. This looks to be Arctics and Bears, and they're going to be going at it right until the line off hurdle 10. So we are definitely lined up for a very fast final this afternoon. Ayathduri 14:06, Cillian 14:13, Heron 17:17. All 4 athletes will be advancing to the hurdle finals, which will take place at 12:45 this afternoon. Hurdles will be increased by 3 inches. This is the U20 height, so this is why we're having the grade 10 and 11 girls split from the grade 12 girls. Grade 12 girls compete in the U20 category for their provincial and national championships. So important that they're running at the correct height for the hurdles. We will have one section, and that'll be one very fast section for the grade 12 girls. We have Journey Scott, Jordan Scott, and Alexis Lelis going head to head here shortly. event, pardon me, of the day. Often with less than 8 athletes in an event, the first race of the day will be as a final, and we will see these ladies again later, but they'll be running as an exhibition. So what we're looking for here is the winner of this event will be the first to score points for their team today. And as mentioned earlier, this is an opportunity for teammates during the year, either the school season or the club season. They get a chance to compete against one another for a new team. So we'll have athletes here, Arctics, Bears, and Huskies. And this will be, as mentioned, our first final event of the day. Bears off to an early lead in the middle of the track. That's going to be Jordan Scott in lane 5. We're going right down to the wire here. It's going to be 14:18 for Scott for the win, followed by 14:46 and 15:38. And your first CTFL Trials champion of the day. Excellent work to Jordan Scott with the Bears. We turn our attention back to the start line, where we will have the first of one section for the grade 9 boys 100-meter hurdles. We've got Nathan Forche competing against Ryan Simmers. Bears and Huskies set to face off shortly. We have Nathan Fortier in 4 and Ryan Simmers in 5. Very rapid start from both athletes. We've got the Bears out to an early lead here in lane 4. That's Nathan Fortier. Not to be outdone, Ryan Simmers chasing him down. And that's going to be Fortier through the line in an excellent time of 13:72, followed by 14:39. We'll see these gentlemen again this afternoon for their second run. The hurdles are now going to be moved to the 110 spacing. And they're also going to be increased in height to 36 inches. So they'll be moving from the yellow rectangles to the blue rectangles. While the hurdles are being adjusted, I'll take this time to introduce our men competing in the long jump in the grade 9-10 category. We have Freddie Warren, Dante Rubo, Reed Parsons, Levy Third, Oliver Galerio, Alexander Terrace, Maxime Casabon, Elliot Simo, Chimdi Begwu, Nathan Fortier, and Evan Tran. Those of you that are in the stands that are hoping to get some of that long jump back up close and personal, you're very welcome to walk around the outside of the track. There's a great viewing area over by the long jump. I got the video. precision in the sprint hurdles, so you'll see athletes take a warp run over 1 or 2 hurdles just to make sure their timing is on before the race. At which point the officials and hurdle crew will put the hurdles back up and the athletes will wait for their instruction to run. I'll introduce the first section of runners now. We'll have Riley Dwyer in the first of 2 sections, starting in lane 2. Brock Stoneham will be in 3. Ethan Frizzell in lane 4. Mathis Rendo in lane 5. Landon Gooley will be in 6. Jack Reed in 7, and Ronan Collette in 8. Between the first and second prelims, the top 8 athletes will advance to the finals later this afternoon. Right now you're seeing the hurdle crew adjust the weights on the legs of the hurdle, and this is to ensure that as the hurdle height increases, the weights on the legs move back so that these hurdles are not tipped over too easily. And there is a matching weight and height for every height setting on these hurdles, all the way from 30 up to 42 inches, increasing by 3 inches per height. Very versatile piece of equipment. Seven athletes in this first prelim duking it out. This looks like Arctic's in the lead so far, lane 6, with a strong push from Spitfires on his outside and Bears down the middle. This one's going right down to the wire. Too close to call, so we'll refer to our photo timing team. That's Landon Gooley taking the win in 15:23. Followed by Jack Reed, also in 15:23. That means that the timing crew would take that one down to the 1,000th. Frizzell rounding out the top 3 in 15:64. Turn our attention back to the start line, where we'll have Marco Maselli in lane 2, Julian Lee in 3, Noah Jansen in 4, Duncan Glossford in 5, and then we have got a battle of the Declans in 6 and 7, Declan Lisk in 6 and Declan Cassidy in lane 7. Hansen taking the win in 15.00. Lisk 15.65 and Maselli 15.72. So we're lined up for a very fast and competitive final later this afternoon for the grade 10 and 11 boys. The hurdle height will increase again for our grade 12 athletes. The hurdle distances will remain the same. However, these athletes are competing in the U20 category for their provincial and national championships, so it's important that they're given an opportunity here to hit a standard if they can. We have a full section of athletes here: Charlie Steele, Titomi Ogunyeyi, Taisei Tan, Jerome Nicholson, Isaiah Williams, and Caden Rogers.
Make your browser fast.
This is section 1 of 1 for these grade 12 boys in the 110 hurdles at 39 inches. And this looks like Jerome Nicholson down the middle of the track, but Taisei Tan is in pursuit. This one's going to be right down to the wire. 14.89 for Nicholson, 14.91 Tan, and Williams rounding up the top three there in 15.02. We'll see those gentlemen again in about 45 minutes. So hurdle crew, we're going to leave the hurdles at this height and we'll stack them just off the side of the track. The next time we see these hurdles, we'll run the reverse order of what we just had on the track. So we'll be going from senior boys down to the more novice boys, senior hurdles, down to grade 9 hurdles. And while our hurdle crew takes care of business on the track, we'll turn our attention back over to the field events where we have the grade 9 and 10 boys long jump taking place. At this point, they're moving into the middle and later rounds of the competition. Yesterday night we had some great action in both the men's and women's long jump, with athletes winning out of the 6th round. So always important to be catching that late action. With 11 jumpers in this grade 9-10 men's long jump competition after first grade.
In every step, there's potential. Every mile holds opportunity. For those who seek the rush of the open road, we understand the power of the perfect stride. Because when you find the right fit, there's no limit to where you can go. Discover your stride at Runner's Choice, Waterloo.
At 11:40 a.m. So great opportunity for you to head out and go to the I've just been advised by our head timer that the updated team standings are in. We have the Arctics leading the way here with 39 points, followed by the Bears, 22 points. Huskies, 11 points, and the Spitfires, they've got some work to do. They're down in fourth place with 9 points, but again, we are very early in this competition, and it is the final races that teams will be scoring points towards their team total. So again, 5 points for a victory, 3 points for second place, and 1 point for third. So everything counts in those little battles that are taking place sometimes. For third or for second, they do count for a lot. And this is unique to the CTFL, where we have 4 teams that athletes are scoring points for, very similar to what you might see in a university competition setting. So on top of a personal best or a win, these athletes have something else to compete hard for, which is again their team title. Yesterday evening for the CTFL finals, the Bears were crowned victorious. So this is a little bit of something new with the Arctics leading the way here, but we'll see if the Bears can channel some of that positivity and winning nature from the senior athletes that competed yesterday evening. We're still 10 minutes away, or just under 10. Schedule as possible for the live stream athletes. So we'll encourage athletes after they finish their run out to maybe go and find some shade underneath any of the tents close to the finish line or the trailer at the end of the straightaway. For some of you who have attended our club twilight meets, generally those will operate on a rolling schedule. However, for a championship meet, we'll try to stay as close as we can to the scheduled start time as possible, and this helps athletes line up their warm-up as well as their time spent in the call room. introduce our athletes. Up next on the track is the grade 9 and 10 boys 800 meter final. Another unique aspect of this weekend is that the grade 9 and 10 boys don't generally get to run against one another until they're seniors in high school. So grade 9 and 10 is separated in the high school season in the spring when athletes are competing for their schools. And for the club season, they're separated as well. Grade 9 athletes run in the U16 category, while grade 10s will run with the grade 10 and 11s in the U18 category. So coming onto the track now are the finalists for our grade 9, 10, 800 meter boys. In lane 8, we have Timothy Branch. We invite the boys running the grade 9, 10, 800 meter final to the start line now. Thank you.
Why is it Neil having Marshall? That's his like goal.
In lane 8, running for the Spitfires, Timothy Branch. In lane 7, running for the Bears, Nathan Marius. In lane 6, running for the Spitfires, Jason Lee. In lane 5, also competing for the Spitfires, Onyx Sinius. In lane 4, competing for the Arctics, Hugh Thompson. Also with the Arctics in lane 3 is Elliot Wilson. Nate Steelstra in lane 2 with the Arctics. And rounding out our field competing for the Bears is Keegan Ndaye. Athletes in this event will run a one-turn stagger, so athletes will stay in their own lane for the first 100 meters of the race. You'll see the line clearly indicated with the half tennis balls. Just over 100 meters into the race is when athletes are allowed to cut in and run on the inside lanes. So advantages to being out in front, advantages to being in the middle of the track, and advantages sometimes to being towards the back of the pack as well. Athletes are moving at a great pace, 27 seconds through the first 200 meters of this race. And we see athletes running in single file here, usually a good indication that it will be a fast race. 300 meters coming in at 42 seconds. So again, they're keeping that quick pace. And we have a mix of grade 9 and 10 boys in this one. We have Arctics, Spitfires, Arctics, and Bears separating themselves into a lead group of runners here. And these boys are through 400 meters in 57 seconds. Everyone in that second group under a minute as well. 64 seconds for our last Spitfire athlete crossing the line. So one lap to go. And it looks like our order here is going to be Arctics, Spitfires, Arctics, and Bears, and we'll look for some movement as athletes start to drop the hammer down the back stretch with 250 meters to go in this race. Spitfires and Arctics moving away from the Bears, coming up to 200 left.
We'll run them separately. Yeah, on Athletic Live it's separate.
And a strong move from our Spitfire athlete here with 100 meters to go. We'll see if the Arctics can go with them. The boys are on a very fast pace. They're going to be dangerously close to that 2-minute barrier. You can give them a hand here in the final 30 meters of this race. That's going to be Spitfires with the win, and we'll sit tight on the photo timing. Always nice when that first number is a 1. 1:59.82 for your winner today. Onyx Cineas running with the Spitfires. Very well done. And based on some excellent reactions down here, it looks like we have some personal bests in for the second and third runners. 2 minutes, 0.13 and 2:01.31, rounding out the podium there. So we're treated to a very fast time to get things started with these 800-meter runs this morning. Very well done, gentlemen. Next on the track, we'll have the grade 9-10 women 800-meter run. Can you say this girl's name again?
Saoirse.
Introducing the athletes starting out in lane 8. We have competing for the Huskies, Annabelle Muir. In lane 7, competing for the Arctics, we've got Maeve Fitzgerald. Also with the Arctics in lane 6 is Ruby Dickerson. Julia Carswell will be competing for the Arctics in lane 5. Hoping to use some of that Spitfire magic that we just saw in the boys race. Competing in lane 4 is Daniela DeFranceschi. Her teammate on the Spitfires, Autumn Sakiyama, will take lane 3. In lane 2 we have Charlotte Claude competing for the Arctics. Wearing bib number 9 is Saoirse Hogengrad. She's competing for the Spitfires, and rounding out your field is Charlie Fee competing for the Huskies. Initially, this race was slated to be combined, junior and senior varsity, but they've determined it's best to let these junior varsity girls compete against one another, and we'll crown a few champions today. And things are looking very even through the first 100 meters of the race. We'll see who wants to take things out into the first bend. Early on, it's the Arctics taking a lead, but being supported by 2 Spitfire runners and some Huskies as they move into the first 200-meter split of the race. And we're off to a fast start here as the lead athletes are through 300 meters in 48 seconds. They'll look to maintain or increase that pace as they approach the bell lap. The bell, of course, indicating that there's 1 lap left in the race. We have Arctics and Spitfires leading the way in tandem here through 400 meters in 66 seconds. And they're showing no signs of slowing down. A reminder that athletes are competing for the team title. So on top of a win or a personal best, they're competing for points for their team. So first, second, and third place finishers are all scoring points. We really have 2 athletes breaking off from the pack here. We've got Arctics and Spitfires working together, one behind the other, coming up to the 600-meter point of the race. and they're through 600 meters in 1 minute and 39 seconds. So as previously mentioned, this is a fast pace for these grade 9 and 10 athletes, and we'll look to see who can kick coming in off the bend with 150 meters to go now. Still anyone's race with about 80 meters to go, but this looks to be Arctic's pulling away. Spitfire's trying to reel her in, pardon me. Julia Carswell taking the victory here today. Sometimes 2:13:53 for Carswell, 2:15:06 for DiFranceschi, and Sakiyama rounding out the top three in 2:22:03. We'll get right into it here with the grade 11-12 women running the 800 meter. This is a straight final for these girls. We have competing for the Bears. You saw her yesterday, Indy Bennett. Competing for the Huskies in lane 2 is Zaria Battershil. And rounding out the field here for the Spitfires is Hannah Reddick. She won yesterday, Indy Bennett? I think so. She won the 15.
She won. A big kick. You can say that. I think she closed in the 109. She's more of a
Indy Bennett, your 1500 meter champion from yesterday, off to a very strong start. And these ladies will also run the one-turn stagger. First 100 meters in their lane. Before they can cut in. And some movement working down the back stretch here. This looks like Battershil and Bennett will work side by side. And this is going to be Battershil taking the lead in the first 200 meters of the race. Roughly 32 seconds, right on the nose. It can sometimes be helpful for these athletes to know their pace as they work through the race. Some will split it up into 300 and 500 meter intervals, others 200 meters at a time. Nice to know what you need to do based on your time as you work around the track. So that's 48 seconds. Things slowed down a little bit there through 300. But with 3 very capable athletes in the race, I think we're going to see a lot of action coming into the bell lap here. And we have some movement, potentially a change in the leader. We have Bennett taking back over the lead, coming through 400 meters in 66 seconds. It's still anyone's game with less than a lap to go.
anyone's game. Keep the girl there.
Bennett opening things up here down the back stretch. Battershil will try to move through with her. And Reddick still putting in a good effort with 250 meters to go. We'll see if she can kick and make things close for second place. Bennett is showing off some of her closing speed that we saw yesterday in that 1500 meters, 150 meters to go, and she's really turning things up here. So let's give her a hand as she has 100 meters left in this race, and we are looking at a pretty quick time with 80 meters to go. Really strong display of mid-distance running here. And your 1500 and 800 meter double champion, Indy Bennett, with a negative split to boot. So 2:11:23 for for Bennett as your champion. 2:19.22 for Battershill, and Reddick will round out the field here for the Spitfires in a time of 2:29.28. So as I mentioned there, the negative split, that's in reference to the time comparing the first and second laps. So Bennett's second lap was faster there. Generally, you'll only see that in a more tactical race, but she was able to put forth a fast time, coming through in about 66 seconds for her first lap and 65 seconds for her second. So over the course of the season, we're certainly probably in to see some even faster times from Indy Bennett. Very well done. We are going to move on to the grade 11 and 12 men now. We're going to run section finals here, section 1 and section 2. So these are time finals, so for these boys they can win out of either section. So we'll hold off on announcing the event winner until everyone has run. And these gentlemen will get started any moment now. We'll let them finish up their final run out before we do our introductions. Out in lane 8, competing for the Bears, we have Brennan Lee. Also with the Bears is Leif Gustafsson in 7. Competing for the Arctics is Cameron Mansell. Max Garrendon in lane 5, competing for the Bears. Competing for the Arctics is Lucas Bennett in 4. Also with the Arctics is Tim Kelly McLean in 3. Two Spitfire athletes on the inside of the track. We have Peyton Daigle in 2, and Nathan Clinton rounding out your field in lane 1. Section 1 of 2, time finals, grade 11-12 men, 800 meter. Green card, which means of course all athletes will stay in the race here. Excellent to see. Fair start, and with a full section we'll definitely see who wants to take things out hard in the first 100 meters before the cut-in at the tennis balls that you see on the track there, indicating that it's fair and safe to do so. And this looks like Arctics and Spitfires are making a push out to the front, but not to be outdone. The Bears are moving well on the outside of the track. Gentlemen are through in a very respectable 26 seconds through 200 meters. Arctics, Bears, Spitfires leading the way here, but this is still anyone's game coming up to the bell. .56 seconds through 400 meters, and we'll see who's got anything left here. Not just who's got anything left, but who's got it in them to turn it up as they approach the back stretch for the second time. And this is really strong running by the Arctics and Bears athletes as they look to move away from the pack. Spitfires and Bears working hard to stay with them. Arctic starting to open things up with 200 meters left. They're through 600 meters in 1 minute and 24 seconds, so we're in for a very fast time here from these gentlemen. And we're being treated to a great sprint finish here. Arctic's leading from the start. We're going to see if he can go gun to tape today, and it looks like he will. Wowee. Spectacular time for our winner, 1:52.20 for Bennett, Garandon 1:52.88, and right behind him is 1:54.14 by Dag. This is some excellent running, and this is only the first of 2 sections, so we'll hold off to announce CTFL champion until the end of the second timed final. Setting up on the track now is section 2 of 2 for these time finals for the grade 11-12 800 meter men. In lane 8 competing for the Bears, we have Tristan Edwards. We'll sit tight until these athletes finish their warm-up stride. Important to get the legs turning over sometimes when you're having to wait in between sections, so we want to make sure that these athletes are all primed and ready to go, ready to perform their best. In lane 8 with the Bears, Tristan Edwards. In lane 7 with the Huskies, Alex Grafos. Also with the Huskies in lane 6 is Matthias Edwards. Kieran Bishop competing for the Bears in lane 5. Logan Klomps competing for the Spitfires in 4. Arctic's athlete Zachary Clinton will be in 3. Adrian Brito Villamar will be competing for the Huskies in lane 2. And rounding out this field, Spitfires athlete Jack Turner. There's benefits sometimes to running in the second of 2 time finals. You know what the mark is that you need to beat. 1:52.20 is an incredibly fast time for these grade 11 and 12 boys, so these gentlemen will be wise to start their race with a hot pace if they have any intention of getting onto that podium. And so far so good. Huskies, Arctic's Bears leading the way into 200 meters in just over 28 seconds. Very competitive race here. We have Spitfires making a move at the bell. All 4 teams well represented at that bell. Spitfires, Bears, Huskies, Arctics. Lots of movement so far. Usually a good indication that the seed times are nice and close to one another, leading to competitive races and fast times for the athletes. Spitfires and Bears looking to pull away but not to be outdone. The Arctics athlete is going to be running with them. 250 meters to go now. Still anyone's game with 200 meters left. We'll see the Bears athletes start to turn on the jets. Arctics wants to go with him, and Spitfires needs to stay in the game here. Coming up to 100 meters to go. It's still anyone's game. Folks, let's give them a hand. We're due for a great finish. Bears, Arctics. This one's going right down to the wire. Excellent finish by our Arctics athlete for the win. 157.02 for Clinton. 157.18 for Bishop. 158.91 for Klomps, rounding out the top three in that section. Some excellent running and excellent times from those gentlemen. Thank you. We turn our attention back to the hurdles, so we're asking that the hurdle crew, if you could please return to put the hurdles back on the track for the next race, which is the senior men's 110-meter hurdles, grade 12 boys. And as we are watching the hurdle crew set up, I have an exciting announcement to share from you from the Pan Am Games that Ottawa Lions athlete and CTFL member for the Arctics, Lauren Gale, has posted a time of 50.68 to win, that's right, to win the Pan Am Senior Championships. So she's quite many kilometers away, but I think we should give it up for her. That's her second fastest time of her career and the fastest time in Canada since she ran 50.47 a few years ago. So congratulations, Lauren. We are very happy and proud of you. And that's a win for Canada. We'll be hoping to have another win for Canada later this afternoon with the World.
In every step, there's potential. Every mile holds opportunity. For those who seek the rush of the open road, we understand the power of the perfect stride. Because when you find the right fit, there's no limit to where you can go. Discover your stride at Runner's Choice, Waterloo.
preparing now for the grade 12 men over 110-meter hurdles at 39 inches. We have Tatomi Ogunyeyi in 2, Taisei Tan in 3, Isaiah Williams in 4, Jerome Nicholson in 5, Charlie Steele in 6, Caden Rogers rounding out the field in lane 7. Athletes putting the final touches on their warm-up. We had some excellent times in the prelims here. We'll see if these athletes can improve on those times. 14:89 in lane 5 from Jerome Nicholson was the fastest, but Taisei Tan not to be outdone. 2/100ths of a second behind him in 14:91, and Isaiah Williams only 1/10 behind him in 15:02. So we're bound to see an excellent competition and a good competitive fight here over these 10 hurdles. Many of these athletes are making a jump up to the 39-inch height as they compete over 36 inches for the duration of their high school career. So the high school season only finishing roughly a month ago. They've had about a month of training and competing to adjust to the higher height. And they'll look to use this opportunity to lower their personal best times at the new height of 39 inches for these hurdles. Strong start in lane 3 and 5. Tan pushing the pace with Nicholson here. This one's going right down to the wire. And looking to be the same order as the prelims, but with faster times. That's 14:66 for Nicholson, 14:71.10, and Steele dipping under 15 seconds, rounding out the podium in 14:97. Excellent run, gentlemen. The hurdles will be adjusted in height and distance now, going back, oh pardon me, just the height of these hurdles is to be adjusted. We're going to stay at the 110 spacing for the grade 11 and 12 boys. However, the height decreases 3 inches to 36 inches. Some of the other categories this weekend include grade 11s and 12s together, grade 9 and 10 together. We're bound by the height of the hurdles that these athletes compete at, which is tied to their age. So for today, for the hurdles, grade 11 and 12 will run together. Those are the same athletes that they will see at the provincial and national U18 championships. So some excellent rivalries grow over the course of the season. And I'll wait until the athletes have completed their warm-up to introduce and the track just opened up for these gentlemen to complete their run out. I'll take this time to introduce the athletes. In lane 1, Julian Lee competing for the Spitfires. Declan Lisk with the Bears will be in lane 2. Ethan Frizzell, also competing for the Bears, will be in lane 3. We have Arctic athlete Landon Gooley running in lane 4. Noah Jansen competing for the Bears in 5. Jack Reed, see him in red, competing for the Spitfires in lane 6. Marco Maselli rounding out a strong Bears contingent in this race in lane 7, and Brock Stonham will be competing for the Huskies in lane 8. Athletes had to advance from 2-time semifinals to this race, so we are in for a treat, surely with some fast times and good competition. Great start here. You'll see the fastest seeds in this race are placed in the middle of the track. We have Bears athlete in lane 5 pulling away. And that's going to be 14.76 for your winner, Noah Jansen, competing for the Bears. 15.09 for Gooley and Reed crossing the line in third, and 15.40. A very quiet race for the 110 hurdles, which is excellent to see. Only a handful down on the ground. The hurdles will now be moved to the 100-meter spacing where the grade 9 boys will compete. We'll see a repeat of the 1v1 battle. We had Ryan Simmers and Nathan Fortier compete in that first prelim, both with excellent times. We'll see if they can drop those times in the second run of the day. women's long jump. That started just 10 minutes ago. Alexis Lelas, Chloe Martineau, Ariana Javahari, Roxy Gardner, Naomi Koshad, Livia Bourgeois, Frances Manning, Avery Martin, and Isabella Mills, all competing in the grade 11-12 women's long jump. We're ready now for the grade 9 boys in the 100-meter hurdles. We have Ryan Simmers in 4 and Nathan Fortier in 5. Excellent pace and rhythm from your Bears athlete, taking the win there. That's Nathan Fortier. 13.76, just over his 13.72 from the prelims, and 14.57 for Simmers. Well done, gentlemen. Looks like we have an adjustment to the schedule. We'll bypass the initial grade 12 100 meter girls hurdles as they ran their first section today as a final. Alexis Lelis, who was in that race, has moved over to the long jump as well. If you'd like to keep up with her competition today, you're welcome to head over and catch some of that action on the north end of the field. So getting ready for this one will be the grade 10 and 11 girls running over 100 meter hurdles at 30 inches. I'll wait until the athletes have started their final warm-up run to begin to introduce them.
I hope you freeze.
Next on the track, competing for the Bears in lane 1, we have Mackenzie Herring. Also with the Bears in lane 2 is Madison Earthy. And it looks like a trifecta of Bears here in the first 3 lanes. We have Rihanna Cillian in lane 3. Huskies athlete Isabella Mills is in 4. Alyssa Tanini in 5. Pardon me, I should be giving more time for the cheers. That's Isabella Mills in 4. Alyssa Tanini in 5, competing for the Arctics. Lane 6 looks to be empty. Frances Manning is in 7, competing for the Spitfires. And Alina Shpakovic is in 8, also competing with the Bears. The fastest seed from the prelims is not here to compete, so this becomes anyone's game for this grade 10-11 hurdle final. Great start in lane 3. Lane 5 going to be pulling away here. We have Arctics athlete. Nice and clean over those last 2 hurdles. Good push in lane 3 at the line. We're going to have to wait for photo finish. That's 14:77 for Tanini. 14:82 despite a bump in the middle of the track for Cillian, and Mills rounding out the podium there in 15:50. Well done, ladies. The hurdles move now to the 80-meter hurdle spacing, and we'll have our last sprint hurdle final of the day, which is the grade 9 80-meter hurdles for girls. We see athletes moving their blocks, getting ready for the 80-meter hurdles for the grade 9 women. We had some excellent running in the prelims here. 2 athletes breaking that 12-second barrier. We'll see if a few more can dip under, and if those 2 athletes can better their times. We have a full section on paper. We'll hope that all the ladies show up for that race, and currently we'll open up the track, and in a minute the officials will open up the track for their warm-up run. Introducing the athletes for this final. Neve Gutowski competing for the Bears in lane 1. Also with the Bears is Sasha Stevenson in lane 2. Competing for the Huskies is Jaden Robinson in lane 3. Our third bear of the race is in lane 4. That's Malia Sutton. Eva Andreev competing for the Spitfires in lane 5. Our fastest runner in the prelims competing for the Huskies is Maya Bissett. Also with the Huskies, Azara Sandy. And rounding out this field is Liliana Claire Jagger. 80-meter hurdles, 8 flights of hurdles. Speed down the middle of the track, Spitfires and Huskies. Club teammates, but today competing against one another. That's too close to call from up here. That was Andreeve switching the order from the prelims, just edging Bissett, both improving their time from the prelims very fast, 11.69, 11.69. And Sutton rounding out the podium, also improving on her time from the preliminary run in 12.34. Very well done.
Another photo finish.
We will get the hurdles back on the hurdle carts, and the hurdle crew will begin to place these hurdles out as we prepare for the intermediate hurdles taking place later this afternoon. We'll have a short break now while they do that. The next race on the track will be in 25 minutes from now. We'll have the grade 9 and 10 girls compete in their 2,000 meter final. Anytime we have a track break is a great time to head over and take in some of our field events. It looks like they're tabulating results over at the grade 11 and 12 girls long jump. The combined boys shot put. Is that over, do you think? Looks like it's just wrapped up. And at the end of the grade 11 and 12 girls long jump, we will have the grade 9 and 10 girls long jump taking place. So lots of long jump action taking place this afternoon. We encourage you to head over and take some of that in, up close. And in the meantime, thank you to the hurdle crew. We'll keep the hurdles at this height as we stack them on the carts and move them around the track closer to their spacing for the intermediate hurdles that will be taking place after the sprint prelims later this afternoon. Our timer just informed me this is what keeps him up at night, but we had a double photo finish there, a photo finish for first and another photo finish for fourth place. It's always unique when it happens once, twice in one race. Maybe he'll be buying a lottery ticket this afternoon.
And the grade 11, 12, 800 meter.
So we're just going to ask her one question about herself, and the question is, name 3 things you do before your track race to get yourself prepared.
Well, I always eat the exact same thing the night before. I always have chicken and brown rice. And then I do a shakeout run with some spin-ups the night before. And then basically the whole week before, I'm just picturing the race and everything that could happen in it.
What is spin-ups?
It's just kind of like when you're just doing a jog, you can bring up your speed and go a bit faster just to get the lactic out.
That makes sense. Anyways, thank you for this interview. Have a great evening.
Thanks so much. You too.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, was I supposed to do that?
Oh, yeah, we're good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for staying.
on 6? Yeah, that was on 6. Okay, go.
Hi, here's our second interview of the CTFL Trials 2026, and we have you. And what's your name? And what event did you just compete in?
Dania, and I competed in the 100-meter hurdles.
So the question we have for you is, now that you've won your race and you can go home, what sweet treat or meal are you gonna have, like after?
I think a sweet treat I would have is bubble tea.
Ooh, that sounds really nice. What flavor?
Probably just the regular milk tea.
Anyways, thanks for this interview. Have a nice time with your bubble tea. Thank you. Okay, so good.
We are less than 10 minutes away from the start of the grade 9 and 10 girls 2,000 meter final. We'll get that started right on time at 1:10. And I'll wait until all 4 athletes are on the start line for this one. This is an important race for these girls, as generally they'll be contesting the 3,000 meter run over their school season. However, for the provincial and national season, as U16 athletes, they need to be competing in the 2,000 meters. So it's not a very often contested event, the 2,000. So that what that usually means is if athletes only have a few chances to run it, they make sure they're prepared and they compete hard. So women 2,000 meter run for grade 9 and 10 girls, that'll take place in about 5 minutes from now on the track, starting at the finish line. As we're approaching the halfway point in the day, it's probably an appropriate time to give you a score update. Currently sitting in first place with 62 points, the Arctics. The Bears, 47 points back from them. Spitfires with 31 points in third. And the Huskies rounding out the field with 21 points. A reminder that event champions will score 5 points towards the team total, 3 points for second place, and 1 point for third. 3,000 meter invitational. That's all boys running the 3,000 meter invitational. Please head to the check-in tent as soon as possible. We are hoping to proceed with that event at 1:20 p.m. So on the track now are the grade 9 and 10 girls competing in the 2,000 meter. This is a straight final. And introducing your athletes, we have, in order, we have Quinton Lepp competing for the Huskies. Charlie Fee wearing bib number 2, also competing for the Huskies. And we have 2 bears in this section, Annika Zahab and Kira Ganton.
And it's 3K, it's not like they have to warm up.
Clean start here for these 4 girls contesting the 2,000 meter run. 5 laps, and we'll give you updates along the way. And as previously mentioned, this is a unique distance for the U16 category for the provincial championships. So these athletes don't usually get too many chances to run this just at a twilight or a championship such as this. So they're certainly going to be looking to hit the qualifying standard for the national U16 championships if they can. And judging by this pace, we're in for a very fast time this afternoon. Quinton Lepp looking very strong, leading the way for the Huskies in just over 70 seconds for that first lap. Maintaining a strong pace here is Quinton Lepp. And this is a very quick pace by all 4 athletes coming through 2:35 and through 800 meters. So we've got 3 laps to go. And we're looking to see if the Bears can make a move and work back into the race led by these 2 Huskies athletes. Excellent pace coming through the first kilometer split in 3:18, 3:21, 3:26. So all athletes looking to run well under 7 minutes for this 2,000 meter race today if they can maintain this pace. However, this is where things start to get a little bit more challenging. Of course, second half of a mid-distance race like this, and you'll see athletes are spreading out a little bit here, so they're having to do a little bit more of the work on their own, trying to maintain the gap as best they can. We have two Bears athletes working together, and coming up to 2 laps to go here. Our leader from the gun is Quinton Lepp, running for the Huskies, followed by teammate Charlie Fee. And that's 4 minutes on the nose through 1,200 meters. .500 meters left in the race for our leader, Quinton Lepp. When she approaches the finish line here, she will hear the bell indicating that there's just 1 lap to go. And we'll see what these athletes have left in store for that last lap, hopefully finishing with a quick one. There's still a lot of movement to be had in this last lap. 5:28 at the bell for Lepp. And in pursuit is Huskies teammate Fee. And Bears athletes will be fighting to see who rounds out that podium. Some excellent running here by Annika and Kira. 300 meters to go for our leader. Not walking
For the last few laps.
Yeah. 150 meters to go for our leader, folks. We could give her a hand here. This has been a long race on a hot day. 5 laps on the track. When it's hot like this, it becomes a little bit more challenging. So 100 meters to go for our leader, and she is chasing a time. She's looking to be well under 7 minutes. 60 meters to go. And not to be outdone is her teammate with the Huskies following it in. So a big sprint finish here for both girls. An excellent time for the victory, 6:52 for Lepp. And Fee making sure she gets to the line before that 7-minute barrier as well. 6:52.32 for Lepp. 58.51 for Fee. That's Annika in third, 7:08.23. And rounding out the field is Ganton in 7:13.14. Excellent work, ladies. We turn our attention to the 200 meter start line now, where it looks to be the high school section. We're running all 4 grades together here for the 3,000 meters. However, presumably the grade 9 athletes would have competed in that 2,000 meters. So this is an open varsity division for 3,000 meters. Scheduled to start in 1 minute from now, so I'll wait until the athletes have begun the race to introduce. As we prepare for the 3,000 meter varsity girls, we have Sophie Petrin-Boucher, Chloe Castleman, Bianca Arabaki, Britton Vandervet, who we saw yesterday, Isla Kittmer, Ada Barnett, and Sophie Schaefer. I'll try my best to give you the updated CTFL teams for these ladies as they run past the finish line. So 7 athletes here in this varsity girls 3,000 meter run. Petre, Boucher, Castleman, Arabaki, Vandervej, Kittmer, Barnett, and Schaefer contesting this one. Arctic Spitfires, Huskies. We're short on Bears, so this is probably a good indication that all 3 of these teams are going to start to claw back some points on the overall point leader today, who are the Bears. And we'll look for an updated score after the 3,000 meter runs. Arctics, Spitfires, and Huskies leading the way, and we have a group of Husky and Arctic athletes who are going to try to maintain touch with that front group. So we have a strong pace from our Arctic athlete here. This is Isla Kittmer leading the way in 3:25 through the first kilometer of this race. Still early in the game here. That middle kilometer is where things tend to shake out. We'll see if these athletes can continue to push the pace over the next few laps. Isla Kittmer starting to open up her lead here. And this is Sophie Schaefer in pursuit. Chloe Castleman behind her, and Bianca Arabaki rounding up the top four now. We're moving into the latter stages of this race. I'll continue to give updates and splits as I can. Sophie Petrin-Boucher crossing the line now, followed by Britton Vandervet. This be 2 kilometers here? Yep. We have our 2,000 meter split coming right up here as they approach the start line of this race. Lead athletes in 6:55, so they're maintaining an excellent pace here, keeping the kilometer splits under 3 minutes and 30 seconds. 7:04 now for the Spitfire athlete as she crosses. When the athletes approach the finish line, they will have 2 laps to go. And again, on these hot days, these races can become very challenging. It's great that the wind is down, but very hot, very sunny. Feels some days like it extends the distance of these races, so a little bit more effort for the ladies as they're working through these 7.5 laps. But always a welcome sign when you see that there are 2 left. They can start to think about winding things up for their final kick. And still anyone's game at this point in the race with 800 meters left. Less than 600 meters to go for our leader. This is Isla Kittmer, who's been leading the way since the start of the race. And we can share some support for her as she approaches the home straightaway for the second last time, as she approaches the bell. Bell lap coming up here. This is Isla Kittmer running for the Arctics. She's through 9:03 at the bell. And that's Sophie Schaefer looking to make a move with 1 lap to go. Rounding out the top 3 is Chloe Castleman here, seeing if she can move up on the Spitfire athlete. And Bianca Arabaki, competing for the Spitfire, is also rounding up the top 4. Coming into the home stretch, he's chasing a fast time. This is Isla Kittmer with 60 meters to go. 3,000 meters on a hot and sunny day. Let's help her out, folks. She's looking to get to that finish line chasing a fast time. Increasing her pace as the day goes on. Very well run race. And you have our trials champion in the varsity girls 3,000 meter. It's Kittmer in 10:21.41. And coming in just behind her, Spitfire athlete Schaefer, 10:27.93. And rounding out the podium here is going to be Chloe Castleman, competing for the Huskies in another strong time of 10:42.60. Excellent work, ladies. We still have 3 athletes on the track, also chasing personal bests. So we'll be keeping an eye on them to see if they can finish with a little bit of extra speed. And it's looking to be so. That's Barnett in 11:01.62. Petrin Boucher in 6th. And rounding out your field here today, competing for the 2nd day in a row, is Britton van der Vet. Excellent work, ladies. We turn our attention to the grade 9 to 12 men 3,000 meter, and I'll wait until, actually I have time to introduce the athletes now. Noah Feltham, Quinn Wolf, Lucas Gomez, Owen Gibbs d'Avignon, Jim Lee, Ben Hill, Damon Isidore, Brody Sharbett, Oscar Lorraine, Thomas Mott, Noah Mansouri, Loan Audette, and rounding out this field is Jackson McKercher. And I'll introduce these teams as well as athletes start to pass by the timing tower. In the meantime, 13 athletes head to head. We're looking for the top 3, who's going to be scoring points for their team this afternoon. As athletes settle into their pace, I'd like to give you an update on the team standings. The Arctics in the lead now with 72 points, clearing the Bears with 48 points. We've had some movement towards the bottom of the podium. The Huskies have moved themselves into third place, but the Spitfires very close in 43 points. So we'll surely see movement on that standing list after almost every event taking place this afternoon. As we speak, the Arctics currently leading. First 4 runners in this race are all wearing white, followed by some Spitfires in red, Bears in blue, and Huskies in black. Looks like we've had a lead change here. However, it is still Arctics setting the pace here. 4 laps left.
3.
3 laps to go for these athletes. Pace has slowed slightly in this middle kilometer, but it looks like the gentlemen are picking up the pace. They're through 2 kilometers in 6 minutes right smack dab on the nose. So they followed up their 2:55 opening kilometer with a 3:05. And based on the injection of pace here, it looks like they are working to increase that speed and come in with a really strong finish. So when you see these gentlemen crossing the line again, they'll have 2 more laps to go. We'll see what they can do for the final 800 and 400 meters of this race. 2 laps to go. This is Ben Hill leading the way for the Arctics, followed by Owen Gibbs. We're looking to see if the other Arctic athletes, Spitfires, Huskies, and Bears, can move up over the course of these last 2 laps. Looks like the boys are winding things up with 500 meters to go. Arctics. This is Ben Hill leading Owen Gibbs d'Avignon and teammate Oscar Lorraine, all with the Arctics. They're at 7:48 for that bell lap. And as predicted, they've sped things up a little bit from that middle kilometer. They're looking to end with a big kick. We already have a move at 300 meters left. We'll see if his teammates can go with him and put forth a challenge over the last 250 meters. Everyone else hitting the bell lap now. We're still on track for great times across the board from runners 1 through 13 here. And we have a sprint finish on deck here, 100 meters to go for our leader. This has been a terribly hot day, which is always an extra challenge for these 3,000 meter runners. Still some movement taking place, but this looks like it's going to be Owen Gibbs d'Avignon competing for the Arctics, taking the W in 8:48.94, 8:49.94 for Hill, and Lorraine in 8:50.50. Great display of team running there by the Arctics athletes. And not to be left out of the conversation is your 4th straight Arctic finisher, Noah Mansouri, crossing the line in 4th, followed by Spitfires runner Noah Feltham. We'll update the times shortly on the board. And right down to the wire off Low and Audette. And rounding out the field there, we'll turn our attention to the 100 meter start line. Next on the track is the grade 9 and 10 boys 100 meter prelim.
In every step, there's potential. Every mile holds opportunity. For those who seek the rush of the open road, we understand the power of the perfect stride. Because when you find the right fit, there's no limit to where you can go. Discover your stride at Runner's Choice, Waterloo.
We're ready. Okay, we're at the CTFL trials, and this lady just finished her event. Tell me your name and what event you just completed.
My name is Livia Bourgeois, and I just finished the grade 11 and 12 long jump.
Oh, that's amazing. So I'm going to ask you a question, and the question is, who did you immediately call or text after you won?
Yeah. So I texted my little sister because, she's been always there for me, and she's my biggest supporter. And also, I just wanted to say thank you for the CTFL that gave me the opportunity to compete today. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's amazing. Anyways, thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Next on the track, we have the prelims for the grade 9 and 10 boys 100-meter dash. We'll have two sections for the men. In the first section, competing for the Arctics is Declan Cassidy in lane 2. Spitfires athlete Evan Nazari will go in 3. Running for the Bears in lane 4, we have Carver Seco. Samuel Pamel will be in 5. Looks like he is competing for the, I will wait until he's on the start line there. Riley Topping in 6. Bears athlete Caden Walker in 7. Pardon me, Riley Topping competing for the Huskies, and David Roberts rounding out the field in lane 8 competing for the Bears. Looks like the track is closed and these athletes will be off momentarily. Great start in lane 4. Early lead by the Bears. Huskies and Spitfires putting in a good push in the latter half of that race. Carver Seco 11:29, Topping 11:31, Nazari 11:55. We have another section of grade 9-10 boys before we determine the top 8 athletes who will be moving on to the final, which is taking place this evening at 4:15 p.m. in a couple hours from now. A reminder that this category is a grade 9 and 10 category, so these athletes are separated for their school season. But an opportunity for them to find some new competition here today. Oliver Galerio will be running in lane 2. He's with the Arctics. Braden Domingos running for the Spitfires in 3. Lumi Oleyemi in 4, also with the Spitfires. Tyree Stewart looks to be competing with the Arctics in 5. Lane 6 will be empty. Warren Cook competing for the Bears in 8. And rounding out this field, competing for the Spitfires today is Wyatt White. Excellent start by the Arctics athlete here in 5. But not to be outdone, we had a late surge from the Spitfires Olayemi, but it's going to be Stewart taking section 2 in 11:04 to Olayemi's 11:10. 11:38 rounding up the top 3 for Domingos. So we are due a very fast final this afternoon. It's 4:15. We'll see the top 8 of these grade 9-10 boys back to iron out who's on the podium. Next on the track is the grade 9-10 girls, also contesting the 100-meter dash. We'll have 2 sections again. I'll wait until these athletes are on the start line before announcing their name and team. Tanini, Hillman, Orji, Patel, Williams in this race. Great start. We saw several of these athletes yesterday contesting the 200 meter. This is Isabel Orji leading the way down the middle of the track, competing for the Spitfires. .12:02 for your leader, 12:39 Patel, and Tanini in 12:57. And we'll wait until the end of the next section to determine which top 8 athletes will be moving on to the final later this evening. 12:02, not too far off the winning time of 11:96 for the senior women that competed last night. So we're in for a treat as it stands for the finals coming up later this evening. We have Geneviève Canavan in lane 3 competing for the Spitfires, Addison McGurr in 4 also with the Spitfires. Looks to be Samantha Vitale competing for the Huskies in 5. Thea Moore in 6 competing for the Arctics. And rounding out this field will be Ashley Douglas competing for the Huskies out in lane 7. to call 60 meters into this one. We're looking at great closing speed across the board from all three Spitfires, Huskies, and Arctics athlete. We're going to need the timing team to iron this one out. We've got Vitali 12:45, Moore 12:48, McGear 12:49. As previously mentioned, we'll see the top 8 athletes again in the finals. And with this as our springboard, we're due for a very competitive and a very fast final. We move on now to the grade 11 and 12 boys 100 meter prelim. We'll have 2 sections again of boys here.
Okay, so guys, we're at the CTFL trials with 2 lovely girls, and tell me your name and what event you just competed in.
I'm Isla. I did the 3K.
I'm Autumn. I did the 800.
So now we're gonna ask you a question, and the question is, if you can compete in any other sport that wasn't track or hockey, which one would it be and why?
I would do golf because it requires no running, and I could drive around in a golf cart all day.
Same.
Okay, girl. Anyways, thanks for the interview, and see you guys later.
In every step, there's potential. Every mile holds opportunity. For those who seek the rush of the open road, we understand the power of the perfect stride. Because when you find the right fit, there's no limit to where you can go. Discover your stride at Runner's Choice, Waterloo.
We're gearing up now for the first of two prelims for the grade 11-12 men running the 100-meter dash. In lane 2, competing for the Huskies, we have Logan Morris. In lane 3, competing for the Arctics, we have Lincoln Rose. Trading in his football pads and cleats today, competing in lane 4 will be Quinn Van Ness, looking to demonstrate some of that track speed. I'll update his team when he heads up to the start line. In lane 5 is Eamon Shepard, competing for the Spitfires. Looks like Quinn Van Ness is sporting a Husky jersey. Jaden Lang in lane 6 is competing for the Bears. And rounding out the field will be Felipe Folatelli in lane 7. Five athletes hopping into the on the marks position here. We have Bears, Spitfires, Huskies, and Arctics, all on bases covered in this one. Strong start in the middle of the track. That's Van Ness competing for the Huskies. This one's going right down to the wire. Great close on his inside from the Arctic athlete. $10.98 for Rose. $10.99 for Van Ness. 11.06 for Shepard, so an excellent prelim, and we'll await the results of this next prelim before announcing the 8 finalists, but surely we'll see those 3 men again looking to improve those already fast times for today's 100-meter dash grade 11 and 12 athletes. In this second of 2 sections, We have Nicholas DeCanto running in lane 3 for the Huskies. Darius Mendoza running for the Bears in lane 4. London Tianen running for the Huskies in 5. Michael Gilmore running in 6. I'll update his team in a minute. It looks like Bears from up here, and running for the Spitfires in lane 7 is Makoto Stoller. Pardon me, that is lane 6 competing for the Huskies. Great start here from both Huskies athletes. Bears looking to make a move. Tianen 10.96, DeCanto 11.05, Mendoza 11.20. So as previously mentioned, we're in for a very fast and very competitive final coming up later this afternoon around 4 p.m. And we'll start setting up now for heat 1 of 1 for these senior women. Competing for the Arctics in lane 1 is Serena Milne. Competing for the Huskies in lane 2 is Sophia Leon. Maya Sintra competing for the Spitfires will be in 3. Melina Doiron competing for the the Arctics is in lane 4. Also with the Arctics is Olivia Robinson in 5. Saw her earlier in the sprint hurdles. Rihanna Cillian will be competing for the Bears in lane 6. Chloe Martineau competing for the Huskies in 7, and Claire Smith rounding out this field, competing for the Bears in lane 8. Full section here with good representation from all 4 teams, but this is going to be Arctics in the middle of the track. That's Melina Doiron with the Arctics taking the W there. An excellent time of 11.93, and as previously mentioned, that's faster than your senior champion from last night, who won in a time of 11.96. So the fastest female so far over the last couple of days is coming from your grade 11-12 women. 12.19 for second place, and rounding out the top 3 is Cillian in 12.22. a helping wind of plus 0.19 meters per second. That is below the allowable limit, so all runners that ran a PB will be very happy to hear that. It's pretty fast.
Yeah, I was actually just gonna check the heat sheet so what the PB is. No, it's like on it's okay.
Is her name Melina?
Oh, it is. Oh, she's run 1177, so this is easy for her. Next up, the stupidest event in track and field. So we get her.
Next up, we have the grade 9 girls 200 meter hurdles. 200 meter hurdles is another unique event that we don't see too often during the high school season. These athletes run 300 meters. However, for their U16 season, which is a provincial and national series, these athletes are running 200 meters. So the hurdles for both boys and girls will be at 30 inches, and they will have the same spacing as the last 5 hurdles in the 400 and 300 meter hurdle races. So we have 2 sections running for the girls, and we'll have 1 section of boys. We'll take a moment for our hurdle crew to get the hurdles out on the track, and we'll wait to introduce the runners until they are at the start line.
It says girls in the schedule.
We've been going boys for the last few events.
Schedule says girls.
Boys are on the track. What do you want me to do?
Schedule says girls. See what they go for.
Scheduled next is the girls 200 meter hurdle finals. However, as I look out towards the 200 meter start line, it looks like the gentlemen are setting up their blocks. There may have been an adjustment there.
Says girls first. No, there's boys setting up their blocks then.
We've got Ryan Simmers competing for the Huskies, and Ryder Boarding out in lane 6 will be competing for the Spitfires.
Well, I guess your situation was kind of unique because you did certain events at one, certain events at another. But even then,
Excellent start here. These boys will be going full pin right from the gun. Already approaching that second hurdle with less than 150 meters to go. Teammates during the club season, however, competitors here competing for Huskies and Spitfires. So good opportunity for both boys to try to knock off that national standard for the U16 Nationals taking place in Regina later this summer. Quick peek over to the scoreboard for our champion Ryan Simmers. Crossing the line in 27.69 and boarding 28.84.
but even then, it's like, yeah, let's say.
In this first section of 200-meter girls, 200-meter hurdles for girls, we have Azara Sandy in 2, Eva Andreev in 3, Jaden Robinson 4, Sasha Stevenson lining up in lane 5, Maya Bissett in 6, and Malia Sutton rounding out this field in lane 7.
What were you like?
Very strong start, and we'll look to see who gets their feet down first off of each hurdle as an indication of who's leading this race. It can be tough to tell sometimes with the stagger. Looks like out on the outside there we have Huskies and Bears leading the way. And still anyone's game with 1 hurdle and 60 meters roughly left to go. Strong push in lane 6 from our Spitfire athlete. That's going to be that's lane 6. That's going to be Mia Bissett winning section 1, 28.69, 28.82 for Sutton and Sandy in 29.20. We'll hold off announcing the winners as we have 2 time section finals here. So we have section 2 of 2 on the track next. And we will compile results from both sections before determining who's on the podium. Ara Helbawi in 4. We'll have Neve Gutowski in 5. Liliana Claire Jagger will be in 6. And Tatum McKinnon will round out this field in lane 7. strong start by the Arctics athlete here. She'll look to increase her lead going into hurdle 3. Excellent form and rhythm coming off the bend onto the straightaway, and this looks to be the Arctic's race to lose. Clean work over that last hurdle, and we've got Arctics, Bears, Spitfires, Spitfires. 30.98 from Jagger, Gutowski 32.27, 32.80 from McKinnon, and Halbawi in 33.94. Well done, ladies. Move the starting blocks now back to the timing tower, where we will contest both the women and the men's 400-meter hurdle races. Updated standings, Arctics are extending their lead with 81 points. Huskies 55 points for second. Bears third place with 51 points. So still lots of movement. It's looking like the movement is going to be taking place between the Spitfires in fourth with 46 points and the two teams above them, Huskies and Bears. So still lots on the line, running for pride, honor, and glory for your team. Next up on the track will be the grade 10 and 11 girls contesting the 400 meter hurdles. This will be a final. I'll wait until the athletes are on the track before introducing them. Introducing the athletes in this time final. This is a 1 of 1. Out in lane 8 competing for the Huskies we have Kyla Vording. Pardon me, I'll wait until our camera crew is ready. Competing in lane 8 for the Huskies is Kyla Vording. Competing in lane 7 for the Spitfires we have Amanda Klink. Lane 6 will be empty for this race. Lane 5 competing for the Spitfires is Rylan Timmers. In lane 4 competing for the Bears we've got Madison Earthy. Down in lane 2, competing again today for the Spitfires is Charlie Fee. And rounding out this field is Sydney Campbell competing in lane 1 for the Bears. Lost a few there. 10 flights of 8 hurdles in this one. Runners in one's lane through 8. It'll be hard to keep track of who's in the lead, so we'll look to see who has touchdown after the hurdle first, and this looks to be Rylan Timmers competing in lane 5 for the Spitfires, off to an excellent start. And she is your leader halfway through this race after 5 hurdles. She'll be looking to extend her lead here as she rounds the bend before coming down the home stretch. Her Spitfires teammate on her outside, Amanda Klink, is going to look to run with her. But this looks to be all Timmers all day with 80 meters and 2 hurdles to go. We've got a nice race developing for second and third, but we'll cheer on Timmers as she crosses the line here. Your trials champion. We've got Madison Earthy in 4, taking second. And Amanda Klink running for the Spitfires, rounding out your podium. Well done, ladies. The hurdle crew will do a quick check before we have our grade 12 athletes hop on the track for this second of 2 timed finals. Grade 12 girls 400 meter hurdle finals. In lane 7 we have Frédéric Thibault-Simao competing for the Bears. In lane 5 we have Lena Smith competing for the Arctic, or pardon me, for the Bears, and Charlize Pika competing in lane 4. She will be competing for the Arctics. 3 athletes in this race, and they will be competing for what place on the podium they will end up. Probably good. We have speed from the Bears athlete down the middle of the track here.
It's Lena.
Bears setting the pace halfway through this race over 5 hurdles, and we'll see if she can extend that lead, maintaining great rhythm over the hurdles. Showing good coordination, going with both lead legs when necessary. Maintaining her speed with 2 hurdles to go and the straightaway. But as you saw in this last race, this is still anyone's game once athletes hit that straightaway. Lots of movement. This is where the race gets really hard. However, this is going to be Lena Smith competing for the Bears and taking the victory. An excellent time of 66 seconds. 106.66, Thibault Simao in 68.01, and Pika rounding out the podium there in 112.17. Well done, ladies. The hurdles now will increase in height by 3 inches for the 2 sections of grade 10-11 boys. So the grade 9 boys ran over 200 meter hurdles at 30 inches. Keep track here, the grade 10 and 11 boys run 400 meters at 33 inches, and the grade 12 boys will run 400 meter hurdles over 36 inches. So lots of work today, lots to keep track of for our hurdle crew. I'll wait until the hurdles are all set up before introducing the athletes. give the boys an opportunity to finish their warm-up on the competition area. They will start at 3:10 start line for the grade 10 and 11 boys 400 meter hurdle final.
Hi, so we're still at the CTFL finals trials, and now we have another lady. Tell me your name and what event you just competed.
My name is Mia Bissett, and I just competed in 200 meter hurdles.
So the question we have for you is if there's any like song or like snack that you always do before a race that helps you think to win.
I would say a song I like to listen to is After the Storm. It's not really hype, but it's just one of my favorite songs, and it just gets me in the mood to race.
That's amazing. Anyways, congratulations on your medal and have a nice
Thank you so
day.
much. You too.
Okay, then he's gonna zoom in. Okay, that's good. We're going back.
Just about to get started now with the first of two sections. We have two sections of athletes here. In lane 7, competing for the Bears will be Ethan McWright. In lane 6 will be empty, pardon me. In lane 5 we have Sebastian Kwasnicki competing for the Spitfires. Noah Jansen in 4 competing for the Bears. We've got Duncan Glassford competing in lane 3 for the Arctics. In lane 2 is Jonah Walker competing also for the Spitfires. Rounding out your field in the first of 2 timed finals is Arden Lee competing for the Huskies. Making his way on the track now, competing for the Spitfires is Ruben Adiel. He'll take a moment to set his blocks. Jansen and Kwasniewski moving quickly down the middle of the track here. Setting the pace early is Sebastian Kwasniewski, running in the red Spitfire singlet. And moving with him in lane 4 is Noah Jansen. 6 hurdles into this race, it's going to be Spitfires and Bears. And Sebastian Kwasniewski is extending his lead now with 100 meters and 2 hurdles left to go. Powering down the home stretch is Sebastian Kwasniewski in the red Spitfire singlet. And he gets the job done. 54:47. Adiel 56:35 and Glassford 56:41. And that's complete redemption for Sebastian Kwasniewski, who had an unfortunate false start yesterday in the open section. He's redeemed himself here with a potential victory. We need to sit tight on the times coming in from the second of 2 timed finals here. We have 4 athletes who are about to run, but a 54.4 is setting the bar quite high. Excellent work, Sebastian. So first for us this weekend,
Keep going. Are you good? Okay, so we're at the CTFL trials and we're here with this lovely lady. Tell me what's your name and what event you just competed in.
Eva, and I just did 200-meter hurdles and 80-meter hurdles.
That's crazy. And my question is, if you had $1 million right about now, what would you do with it?
I would donate half and then go shopping.
And what would you buy?
New spikes.
That's amazing. What brand of spikes is your favorite?
Probably New Balance.
There you go. Anyways, thank you for like 5th interview. Have a nice day. Oh, that was
strong start in the middle lane of this track.
I can get away.
I believe that's Gooley moving down towards hurdle 3, setting an excellent pace and making up the stagger right down the back stretch. He'll hope to extend that lead moving into the second half of this race. $150 meters to go for our leader. And this is Landon Gooley leading the way in lane 5. His Arctic teammates in pursuit. And that one's right down to the wire. Gun to tape for Landon Gooley. 60.28 seconds. Tunnicliffe 62.08 and Dickey in 63.54. That confirms Sebastian Kwasniewski is your trials champion this year for the grade 10-11 boys. The hurdles will now increase 3 inches in height, and we will contest one last 400-meter hurdle race. That is the grade 12 boys. We are only going to be increasing the hurdle height in lanes 3 through 7. So hurdle crew, you can save yourself the extra effort. We're going to be focusing on hurdles in the lanes 3 through 7.
In every step, there's potential. Every mile holds opportunity. For those who seek the rush of the open road, we understand the power of the perfect stride. Because when you find the right fit, there's no limit to where you can go. Discover your stride at Runner's Choice, Waterloo.
We still have roughly 10 minutes to the start of the grade 12 boys 400-meter hurdle final. I'll wait until closer to the start line and when all athletes are on the start line to introduce the athletes. If Ali Yaqub Suleiman is here, we'll ask that you report to the start line. And if we can start this race a little bit ahead of schedule, we will do so to give ourselves some extra time getting the hurdles off the track. Thank you. One last call for Ali Yakub Suleiman, running the 400-meter hurdles with the grade 12 boys. If you are still up in the warm-up area, we request your presence at the start line. Thank you. And we're good to go with the athletes that are at the start line, so we'll have Nathan Cox and Jerome Nicholson on a 1v1 showdown here. Both athletes are competing for the Spitfires, and we'll see who can take this one home. Looks to be Nathan Cox on the inside of the track, off to an early lead. We're going to see if he can pull teammate Jerome Nicholson, who was busy already today in the sprint hurdles. And here's Nathan Cox really working things down the back stretch. Nathan Cox competing for the Spitfires today, but he is a local product, going to school just a few blocks from here at Brookfield High. So he's feeling possessed and inspired to end today on a big and fast run. In the lead with 100 meters and 2 hurdles to go, although as we've seen many times today in the 4 hurdles, lots of movement in that last 60 meters here. He's going to have to keep working to hold off his teammate in the last 40. And it looks like he's going to do so. Excellent show, gentlemen. That's Cox in 57.87 and Nicholson 58.65. They'll earn 8 points for their Spitfire team as the team total gets closer to the end of the day. Hurdle crew, these hurdles are coming off the track now, thank you. And in 20 minutes from now, we will start up with our grade 9-10 boys in the open 400 meters. We'll be seeing another full lap race, this time without any barriers. and introduce the athletes here, starting in lane 8. Competing for the Spitfires, we have Jacob Hanna. Austin Alongi is in lane 7. He'll be competing for the Huskies. In lane 6, competing for the Bears, we have Reese Canerva. Declan McGinnity is in lane 5, competing for the Spitfires. In lane 4, we have Wyatt Treffry, competing for the Huskies. Competing for the Bears in lane 3 is Nathan Marius. Everett Reed competing in lane 2 for the Spitfires. And rounding out this field in lane 1, competing for the Arctics, is Elliot Simon. Strong start in lane 5 and 6. That's Declan McGinnity and Reese Canerva. We also have Everett Reed making up the stagger as he works down the backstretch, but so far this is Reese Canerva out in 6, competing for the Bears. And making a move now is Wyatt Treffry down the backstretch. He's in the black top, competing for the Huskies. We're going to see how things shake out as athletes move from 200 meters, approaching 150 left in the race over by that scoreboard. And speed on the inside of the track here in the black top in lane 4. That's Wyatt Treffry, who's been winding things up over the bend. And he takes a lead into the final 60 meters of this race, but we still have 4 runners that are still in this. Pardon me, that's going to be Treffry extending his lead right through the line. And a spectacular time, taking the grade 9-10 boys final, section 1 of 2 in 49.73, Alongi 50.45, and McGinnity rounding up the top 3 in a time of 50.49. We will await the performances from the second section. So we have 2 time finals for this category here. And we'll introduce those athletes shortly. We have 4 athletes in the second section. Competing for the Spitfires in lane 7 here will be Evan Nazari. Competing for the Bears is Kieran Bain in lane 6. Gavin Bowling will be competing for the Spitfires in lane 5, and rounding out this field also competing for the Bears is David Anderson. So we have a Spitfire v Bears section forming here. And this is the second of 2 sections for time finals. And again, this age category is grade 9 and 10. Nazari in 7, Bain 6, Bowling 5, Anderson 4. Even start so far through the first 100 meters of this race, although it looks like we have some movement. Lane 6 starting to creep up that stagger as they approach the 200 meter mark in this race. We also have Bears athlete David Anderson moving well on the inside of the track. He's made his move. As athletes approach the 150 mark, we're going to see if Gavin Bowling can work his way back into this race for the Spitfires. He's increased his turnover significantly here. And with 100 meters to go, this is David Anderson running with the Bears. Pushing the pace though in lane 5 and 6. This one's going right down to the wire. Looks like Bears athlete Kieran Bain is going to take this second section. And we'll update those times shortly. We'll also start to prepare for the grade 9-10 girls 400 meter dash. That's Bain 52.65, 52.70 for Bowling, and Anderson in 53.01.
Hi, we're at the CTFL trials still, and we're with another first place. Tell me your name and what event you just competed in.
My name is Nathan Cox, and I just competed in the 400 meter hurdles, grade 12.
Well, the question that we have been long waiting for is, what is your microwave at home?
What is my microwave? I mean, it's the Nathaniel Coxswain Microwave 2000. That's what it's the brand new model made by my grandfather, actually. And he was able to make it with, like, you know, diamonds and stuff like that. And I actually microwave my spikes before the race. That's why I'm so fast.
So that's the secret, guys. Microwave your spikes before running. And yeah. That's the end.
All right, thank you.
Next on the track, we await the arrival of the grade 9-10 women who will be contesting the 400 meter dash. We have one time final for this age group. I'll wait until the athletes have begun their warm-up before I introduce them. Lining up on the track now is the final for the grade 9-10 400 meter dash. Mentioned several times today, but the crowd does turn over the course of the day and evening, but these athletes do not generally get to compete against one another. The grade 9 and 10 cohorts are split for high school season, and then they're competing in different age categories for the provincial champs and national championships. The grade 9 athletes in the U16 category and the grade 10 athletes in the U18 category. So this is a fun opportunity for these athletes to get acquainted with each other In lane 7 for this race, we'll have Maggie Lapine. She'll be competing for the Arctics. In lane 6 is Daniela DiFranceschi. She'll be competing for the Spitfires. In lane 5, we have Renee Adrian competing for the Arctics today, and also with the Arctics in lane 4 is Julia Carswell. Strong start by Spitfire athlete out in lane 6. She's made up the stagger, but looking to join her is going to be Arctic athlete in lane 5. You see these athletes really push the pace down the back stretch of this race. That's Renee Adrian in the white top competing for the Arctics here, and she's developed a sizable lead with about 150 meters left to go, and this is where the battle of speed endurance takes place. It's one thing to get out front, it's another one to stay there, so her Arctics teammate is going to be moving up on her now. This is Julia Carswell. We saw her yesterday in the 800. She's got some excellent closing speed. Teammate Renee Adrian will go with her, but it looks like we're going to have the birthday girl, Julia Carswell, take the W in this grade 9-10 400 meter final. 58.48, excellent time for the win here today. 58.65 for Adrian, and keeping things under 60 seconds on the podium is DiFranceschi in 59.93. Excellent running, ladies.
I didn't hear what he said. Okay. Hi, we're still at the CTFL trials, and today I'm here with
Roxy Gardiner.
And what event did you compete in?
Long jump.
Okay, so I'll be asking a question. So my question is, before your event, what are your thoughts?
Usually I just try and eat as much sugar as possible, and I just try to envision my jump and execute.
That's great. Okay, thank you.
for the Spitfires, or pardon me, competing for the Huskies is Austin Adair. Where is there 7? Competing for the Spitfires in lane 7 is Jacob Pye. Ryan Hudson competing in lane 6 for the Bears. We saw him yesterday. Laid down a very fast time in the 200, taking that in 21:65. We'll see if he can bring some more of that glory here today to the 400. Braden Kane, no slouch in the 400. He'll be competing in lane 5. Who's that? What jersey I meant? I don't know. I don't recognize it.
Oh, it's us.
He's competing for the Huskies. His singlet is a little different as he is a CTFL proper athlete, so he's competing down today to competing in the trials. Michael Ireland, he'll be in lane 4 competing for the Spitfires. Ruben Adiel, who you saw earlier in the 400-meter hurdles, placing 2nd. He's competing for the Huskies. Cameron Mansell competing for the Arctics in lane 2 and rounding out this strong field in lane 1. In the red singlet competing for the Spitfires is Peyton Dagg. This is Kane and Ryan moving very quickly down the backstretch, but not to be left out of the mix. There's going to be Michael Ireland in that red singlet. We have 5 athletes still in the mix with 150 meters left to go, but we are going to see Kane show off his dazzling finishing speed here. However, we still have 2 athletes in the mix. These are the best 400-meter races you could ask for as an athlete. Still three runners in it with 60 meters to go, but this looks to be Braden Kane pulling away late. And he'll take this one. A spectacular time, 47:84, 48:20 for Kane, and 49:25 for Ireland. Very well done, gentlemen. We'll wait to announce the winners of this event as we do have a second timed final to follow. Again, the bar for victory here set very high at 47:84 by Braden Kane in lane 5 competing for the Huskies. In lane 8, we have Jackson McKercher. In lane 7, competing for the Spitfires, we have Nathan Clinton. In lane 6, competing for the Huskies, we have Alex Grafos. In lane 5, competing for the Spitfires, we have Roger Jacobs. Peyton Hertuvius will be in lane 4. Zachary Clinton competing for the Arctics will be in lane 3, and rounding out this field competing for the Spitfires, Joseph Mbalma. Strong start by the Spitfire athlete, making up the stagger early down the backstretch here. Jacob Rogers from Royal City making his move before the athletes all reach 200 meters. He'll look to extend that lead. About 100 meters to go now. He's through very fast clips so far. Here in lane 5 we have Roger Jacobs competing for the Spitfires. He's looking to take this one. Took it out hard early. And he's thrown himself across that line, 49.89. A very well-deserved celebration, dipping under 50 seconds coming out of the second section. So we'll wait to compare all the results there before we announce the podium. 51.84 for second in that section. And that was Graphos Clinton in 51.93 and also somehow in 53.25. Our timing crew will clean that up unless he ran twice and I missed it. And in the meantime,
It's 2 Clintons
no, you're lying.
in that race.
No.
They're from the same club.
Oh my God, you're kidding me. Too much sun for me today. There are 2 Clintons in that race. Pardon me. Zachary and Nathan can fight over the fastest time. We'll prepare now for the grade 11 and 12 400 meter dash for girls. I'll wait until the athletes have finished their warm-up before introducing them. Last one lap race of the day. Soria Ramirez Gutierrez is in lane 7. She'll be competing for the Huskies. Annalise Galati is in 6, competing for the Bears. Also competing for the Spitfires is Nora Anita McKay in 5. Ryland Timmers will be in lane 4. She's competing for the Spitfires. Lane 3 will be empty, and in lane 2 we'll have Hannah Reddick also competing for the Spitfires. Let's see a lane 3. very strong start from Galati out in lane 6, as well as Nita McKay in 5 and Timmers in 4. Nita McKay working to do her job, making up the stagger now on Galati to her outside. Was Timmers in the 4 hurdles or the 8? You don't remember. This is Nita McKay making a push with 150 to go. She's made up the stagger, and now we have 3 athletes still in the mix, looking to demonstrate their speed and endurance coming off this bend with 100 meters to go. This is a hot day. This is a hard race. So folks, let's help cheer them on. We've got an excellent finish coming our way. 60 meters to go, and it's still anyone's race. This looks like the closing speed of Annalise Galati is going to be superior as she pulls away from Nora Nita McKay in the last 20 meters of the race. Galati 57.39, Nita McKay 58.29, Timmers 58.87, Reddick 61.36, and Ramirez Gutierrez 66.70. We'll turn our attention down to the 100-meter start line now, as our first of 4 finals start to make their way to set their blocks. We have the grade 9-10 boys, the grade 9-10 girls, followed by the grade 11 and 12 men and the grade 11 and 12 women. Those are the last 4 individual races on the track today, and we will wrap things up with our mixed 4x2 relay.
Okay, so we're at the CTFL trials with these 2 ladies who just competed. Tell me your name and what event you just competed in.
I'm Julia Carswell, and I did the 800 this morning, and I also just did the 400.
I'm Daniela Defranceski, and I also did the same events.
Okay, so my question for you guys is, out of everywhere in the world, what was your most favorite facility to compete at, and why?
Mine is definitely the track at Western University, just because it's definitely a great facility. It has like lots of stands, and I love the color purple.
Yes,
and
it's
I've had lots of good memories there, and it's just really fun competing there. So yeah.
And how about you?
My favorite is probably the New Balance Nationals outdoor track in Philadelphia. It's a super cool facility, and there's also lots of stands, and it's just a great track, and it's fun to be there.
Well, I've never been to Philadelphia, but I've been to the Western one, so those sounds like exciting places. And thank you guys for this interview.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Bye.
What question could I ask?
Set in their blocks now, the grade 9-10 boys, 100-meter finals. Oliver Galerio competing for the Arctics in 1. Braden Domingos competing for the Spitfires in 2. Tyree Stewart competing for the Arctics in 3. Lumi Olayemi in 4 competing for the Spitfires. Carver Secco competing for the Bears in lane 5. Riley Topping competing for the Huskies in lane 6. Evan Nazari competing for the Spitfires in 7. Moving out the field in lane 8 is Warren Cook competing for the Bears. It's a strong start by Stewart out in lane 3. He's your early leader, and he won't be looking back in this one. Faster than his prelim time, 10.98 for Stewart for the win. Olayemi 11.19, and Topping rounding out the podium in 11.24. There you have your champion in the grade 9-10 men 100-meter dash, competing for the Arctics here, winning in a wind legal time of 10.98. Congratulations. And celebrations usually indicate a personal best, which you love to see, and hoping for at least 3 more of those as we gear up for this grade 9-10 women contesting their 100-meter final next on the track. Eliza Williams competing for the Bears in 1. Addison McGear in lane 2 competing for the Spitfires. Samantha Vitale, who's had a busy weekend competing across multiple different events, she's in lane 3. She's competing for the Huskies. Also with the Huskies is Ashni Patel in 4. Isabel Orji set a very fast time of 12.02 in the prelims. We'll see if she can lower that mark. She's competing for the Spitfires. Thea Moore competing for the Arctics in lane 6. Alyssa Tanini in 7, and Leah Hillman competing in lane 8 for the Bears. Strong start in lane 5. And that's going to be gun to tape again. Isabel Orgy taking that one. 12-16. Busy weekend for her, but there you have our grade 9-10 women 100 meter dash champion. Congratulations. Fast section on deck here for the grade 11-12 men's 100 meter finals. Jaden Lang competing in lane 1 for the Bears. Logan Morris will be competing for the Huskies in lane 2. Quinn Van Est, the first of 3 runners to dip under 11 seconds in the prelims. He'll be competing for the Huskies in lane 3. Lincoln Rose competing for the Arctics in lane 4 with a prelim time of 10.98. Nicholas DeCanto competing for the Huskies in 5. Landon Tianen, he's in lane 6. He had the fastest time in the prelims of 10.96. He'll be competing for the Huskies in lane 6. Eamon Shepard, tightening the screws on his warm-up. He's in lane 7 and he's competing for the Spitfires. And Darius Mendoza in lane 8 will round out this very fast field. He's competing for the Bears. Blistering start in lane 3. That's Quinn Van Est. We've got speed out in lane 6 as well, and this one's going right down to the tape as it did in prelims. That's Rose bettering his time from the prelims in 10.85, 10.89 for Van Est, and 10.93 for Shepard. Just missing the podium in 10.94 is Tian. An excellent race, gentlemen. Very well done. Your CTFL Trials champion. That's Lincoln Rose in 10.85. Very well done. And for the final time this weekend, we'll have an individual final walk across the field. We have the grade 11-12 women contesting their 100-meter dash final now. We'll give them a few minutes to set their blocks, finish up their warm-up before introducing the athletes.
We're still at the CTFL trials, and today I'm here with
Isabel Orji.
And what event did you just finish doing?
I just finished the 100 meter.
Okay. My question for you today is, would you rather race in 35 degrees or -5 degrees in the snow?
Let me think. Okay, so the sun low-key knocks me out every time. But I don't imagine myself running in such cold weather, so probably 35 degrees, yeah.
Yeah, I think that too is the best option. Anyways, thank you.
Thank you.
She had the fastest time in the prelims of 11:93. She'll be competing for the Arctics. Also with the Arctics in lane 7 is Serena Milne. And that's your field for the finals. That's a blistering start out in lane 6 from Melina Doiran, and she's looking to continue her domination here this weekend in the 100 meters, and she will do so. It was a fight for second place after that, 11:88, improving her time from earlier today, 12:05 for Robinson, and Cillian rounding out the top 3 in 12:21. Melina Doiran, your 2026 grade 11-12 women 100 meter champion. Congratulations.
Spitfires are in second with 88. Bears and Huskies both have 82. Oh, sorry. That's fine. Yeah.
as we make our first call for 4x2 100-meter athletes to make their way to the start-finish line by the timing tower. So that's all athletes running the mixed 4x2 relay. I'll also direct your attention to the scoreboard shortly, where we have updated team points over the course of the last 2 days. Teams have been competing for points. First place in each event has been awarded 5 points for their team, second place 3 points, and third place 1 point. Currently, we have the Arctics in first place with 115 points. That's led by a strong performance in that last race. Spitfires, 88 points for second. Bears and Huskies tied for third with 82 points. So we will see movement during this relay. We are also doubling the points. Double the action, double the fun for this relay. So the winner of this relay will be awarded 10 points, 6th place for second, and 2 points for third. So we could have movement from places 2, 3, and 4 in any which direction there. And again, this is our first call for all mixed 4x200 meter runners. Please head to the finish line area now, where we will situate you with your teams. Thank you.
In every step, there's potential. Every mile holds opportunity. For those who seek the rush of the open road, we understand the power of the perfect stride. Because when you find the right fit, there's no limit to where you can go. Discover your stride at Runner's Choice, Waterloo.
Okay, so now we're at the closing of the near the closing of the CTFL trials, and here's our one of our last interviewees. Tell me your name and what event you just competed in.
So my name is Rylan Timmers, and I did the 400 meter and the 400 meter hurdles.
Wow, and my question for you is, other than your medals, what was your favorite thing about this meet today?
I think my favorite thing was just competing with some of my friends, and the environment was really fun and professional. It felt great.
Yeah, that's amazing. Thanks for this interview.
Thank you.
right, we're still at CTFL Trials, and we have another lady to interview. Tell me your name and what event you just competed in.
My name is Sawyer, and I just ran the 400 grade 11, 12 girls.
That's amazing. So my question for you is, as you load yourself into your blocks, what is the last thing that runs through your mind before the gun erupts?
Well, I feel like I can't really breathe before I get into my blocks, so I just try to like get one deep breath in, just trying to calm myself down, also the nerves. Just breathe. That's
Just
really
breathe.
I'm thinking.
You know, new line by Sawyer, just breathe. Anyways, thanks for the interview.
Thank you.
Bye.
In every step, there's potential. Every mile holds opportunity. For those who seek the rush of the open road, we understand the power of the perfect stride. Because when you find the right fit, there's no limit to where you can go. Discover your stride at Runner's Choice, Waterloo.
Okay, so we're at the end of the CTFL finals and, oh no, not finals, trials, and we're with our last interview. Guys, tell me all your names, like pinning it down, and what event you just like competed in.
My name's Adrian. I competed in the 800 and recently the 4x2.
My name's Matthias. I just competed in the 800 and the 4x2.
Hi, I'm Sophia. I competed in the 200 yesterday and the 100 4x2 today.
Hi, my name's Nora, and I competed in the 400 as well as the 4x2.
Okay, so the question that we'll be asking you guys today is if you guys had to bring anyone like back from the dead to do a relay with, who would it be?
Okay.
I
got it.
Okay.
Okay. I would pick Flojo because she still holds the world record in the 100 and she holds it in the 200. I feel like maybe. And I feel like she has like a lot more left in the tank and I would like to run a relay with her. Anyone else?
I would do the Flash because he's super duper fast and he seems like he gives off good energy.
If I were to go with the dead and do a mixed relay, I would also go with Flojo. But if just retired, I will go with Usain Bolt.
Yes. Oh, she doesn't just like say random person.
I'm going to go with the trainer, we're going with Flojo. Seems like a great athlete. Woo! Here you go.
Thank you.
In every step, there's potential. Every mile holds opportunity. For those who seek the rush of the open road, we understand the power of the perfect stride. Because when you find the right fit, there's no limit to where you can go. Discover your stride at Runner's Choice, Waterloo.
Okay, so closing off the CTFL trials and finals, we're here with this guy, and he's the one who put it together. Tell me your role and your name.
My name is Quinn Linus, and I'm the creator and founder of the Canadian Track and Field League and the trials.
Okay, so quick little question. What do you think was the hardest part of putting together this massive meet, and how did you power through it?
It was a grind this year. I've had a day off in June, a singular day, and we hosted nationals. So I think hosting nationals and being a part of that LOC group, and then immediately turning around and having less than a week basically to figure out how to put on the trials and the finals in the best way possible was the hardest I've ever had to work. And happy that it's over now, and it was pretty successful. So yeah.
Anyways, guys, thank you for watching this live stream, and have a nice evening. Just gonna